Hey everyone, hi, I am Prabhakar Mishra. I am associated with this technology space from last 16 years. I am going to share with you a Python course for beginners where I will start from scratch. I mean, with the Python 3 installation and PyCharm installation. I am going to explain each and everything with example. Do you think that in 2023 is still Python is relevant? I think it is because Python is going to be used in artificial intelligence and in machine learning, and that is going to be a future in the technology. So in 2023, what new I did for this course? I tried to explain each and everything with example. Each and every concept I explained in a very easy language, as well as I tried to capture one relevant and good example associated with it. So I hope you will enjoy the course. And if you like this course, then please subscribe and share. That will definitely going to help me. Thank you. And let's begin the course. First of all, we need to download the Python software. For that, we need to open python.org in any of the browser. And as you see in my screen, we need to go to the download and you can see download Python 3.11.3 version is the latest version available at the time of recording. Maybe later in time this version will change, but this training is going to be valid for all of the upcoming version. So nothing to worry. So I am using Windows, so I am going to download this 3.11.3 version. If you are using Linux, Mac or other operating system, you can choose accordingly. So I am going to install Python 3.11.3 version, and for the Windows user I just wanted to emphasize that add python.exe to path need to be enabled, and then I am going to hit the install button. It is going to take a bit of time, so I am going to pause the video. So as we can see, our Python setup is successful. We installed the Python 3.11.3. So we need to install one more Python editor called PyCharm. We are going to use in our upcoming exercises PyCharm. PyCharm is a Python editor. We can take an example of Microsoft Word where we write anything, but with this is also work as a IDE, integrated development environment. So it contains add-on features which can be used in during the code creation. So this tool is very useful. So we are going to use in our exercises later. So I'm going to hit the download button and we can see there are two versions. One is professional and another one is community. Professional do contain some more external and extended uh, benefits, but at this moment we are not going to use those extended benefits. So we are going to use the community version. So I'm going to download the community version. It is going to take some time, so I'm going to pause the video. As you can see, PyCharm file is already downloaded. So I am going to run this PyCharm file. So this will take some time. So the PyCharm edition setup is completed. So just finish and open PyCharm Community Edition. Okay, I confirm, continue, don't send. Now we will go to create project. we need to make sure that the base interpreter should be Python 3. If you have some other version, you can check with drag down. Interpreter is what the code, whatever we are going to write, the interpreter is going to interact with the hardware so that the changes can be visible to us. So the first Python project, we will keep it like this and just create. Yeah, now we can see that the main Python, the window is open. Okay. So our setup is completed. If you want, we can go and open a new project, Python project 1, and it's okay. So I can delete this and we can start using that. Let's create Python file so that we can execute our program. First .py. Now I am going to print this codes. Now let's run this file. You see the name is visible in the bottom of the page. So in PyCharm, you will always get the result in the bottom half of the window. And if we can put single quotes, double quotes, both will work in Python. So we should not worry about the quotes. Although there is some differentiation that I will tell in some time. Okay, you see the result is same. So let's go a little further where we try to create a cat symbolic. I will make an imaginary cat, let's say. So let's run this and see. I forgot to put quotes. Sorry. Quotes are really important. So without quote, we are not going to get expected answers. So let's run this and see. See, it's a kind of imaginary cat. Yeah, a little bit means it's just imaginary. You can create any kind of structure, any kind of figure with the print command. But what I am trying to say in this code, what we saw that the command run line by line. So line 1 was executed first, and then second, then third, then fourth. So it's a line by line kind of execution. And in the fourth line, if you see the we created a leg inside quotes, there are two legs, we can put anything, it will be printed like we defined. So if we put a space in between the quotes, then there will be a space. So you can, it will be visible exactly the way you defined. Let's take one more example where I will put star and then asterisk 10. What does this mean? What I am trying to do here, I am trying to execute a string inside quotes. Anything is inside quotes will be string, and it is multiplied. This is a symbol of multiplier and multiplied by 10. So if we run this, let's see. So it's a 10 times asterisk is being printed. So what does it mean? So this full line is called expression. So we try to make an expression where this asterisk need to be multiplied by 10, and we can get the result accordingly. So we need to prepare, we need to make some more projects, we need to print some more asterisks, and we need to divide, and we need to do some more kind of exercise at home. You can create some more structure. That's your homework. You just do and try to make some structures. If you face any issue, just let me know. Just send me a message into comments, or I will try to answer. Thank you. Python variables. Now we are going to discuss topic variables. So Python variables are like a containers that hold value. They can be used to store anything from simple data type like integers and strings to more complex structure like lists and dictionaries that I am going to discuss in some time. You can think them as a label you attach to values to keep track of them. For example, let's say height is 6.4 or 5.11. So it's a float. 5.11 is a float data type, and weight is 70. This is integer that we all know. This is integer. Point with point integer is called float. And there is one more is called string that we know. Let's say name. Name, if we put into the quotes, then it will be called as string that I already mentioned earlier. So these three types of variable we defined. Now what we need to do, if I want to print it, if we put quote and put height, what would be the result? See, if you put quote into that, then it will be a string. So but in variable we should not put the quotes. We just need to put the height, and see is 5.11. And if we put weight, the result will be 70. So it will give you the value that we define into that variable. So it's assumed like a label. So with that label, the data is stored into the container, and once we call this, the same data is being reflected in our screen. So what we can do, let's say we will write weight again, and we mentioned 90. So now what would be the result? Okay, again, yeah, okay. So the result will be 90. You see, I defined twice, so it's giving warning. So we need to see the warning as well. If we have a red one, then in PyCharm it was showing that there is some error, there is some issue in your program. So we need to fix that. But the yellow is a warning that we defined the same name of two variables. So it's a kind of, but what I am trying to say, our code need to be executed line by line. So initially I defined as a 70, and in the fourth line I defined as 90. So result will be 90, the last one. And one more topic I wanted to cover here is Boolean. So is overweight equal to true. So the format should be in true. In the boolean, the T should be capital and the format need to be followed. It should not be like we keep, if we write in a small, our Python doesn't recognize this. So we need to write in a proper format, and in the variable should be on with lowercase to avoid any issue. It should be in lowercase. It contains underscore. It may contain and start with underscore, so there should not be any issue if we keep underscore into the variable part. So this is what we wanted to say. I wanted to say, like, is overweight can be true or false. So this is called a boolean, and if we print is overweight, what would be the answer? It's false. So it's just simply put the value, but this boolean is really required when we when we go through the loops. Then we will use more often this boolean kind of things. So let's do an exercise. Let's take a minute and try this. Let's take an example. We enrolled a student named Sam into a school, and he is 12 years old and is a new student. So you need to put three variables with name Sam and age and is a new student. Let's try for a minute and we will be back after that. And I will share you the solution. Okay, now for solution, student name Sam, age 12, is new, true. So we defined three variables with student name Sam, age 12, and is new is true because it was a new student. So let's go to the new exercise. Your next topic is getting input from the user. Till now, you already got an idea of print. Print is also a function which will be used for printing whatever we will put inside the codes. So what we need to do if we want to get an input from the user. Let's say we write a program where we want to get a name of a user. So he need to input from their keyboard. So for that we have input. We have input function. It's a function. As an analogy, there is an example. Let's take an example of a TV remote. In that remote, you must have seen button mentioned cinematic mode or stereo mode. So if you press that mode, then the sound will change as like a cinema hall, and you are able to listen the sound and a video like you see into the cinema, into the hall, picture hall. So likewise in Python also they created a set of instruction which makes a function. So the input is also be considered as a function. So in the input we can put what is your surname. We can ask a question, and you can print, and that input need to be stored into some kind of variable that we already discussed, let's say surname. And when we put surname into the print, then let's see what is going to happen. Okay, it's asking for surname. Say my surname is Shra. So it printed the Mishra. So you saw, and for the better user experience, I just put a space. Now see the difference. You saw there is a little bit of difference and distance between question mark and Mishra, so that a little bit of user experience that user is going to write after the question mark, it's not so close, so that he can understand which is written by computer and what is written by the user. So okay, here is a little exercise for you. You need to ask two questions. One is the person's surname and its favorite car, and then print a message like surname likes car. For example, Mishra likes BMW. Pause the video, take 2 minutes, and then I'll share the solution. Now let's check the solution. We need to put the input function. What is your surname? Space. And then car, or we can put favorite car. Favorite. I am putting a space after every question mark for the user experience. Now we need to print surname and then concatenate plus string likes. There is one issue in this code that I will explain in some time. Car. Let's execute this. BMW. See, likes is, there is no space between Mishra and BMW. So do you know how to fix that? Yes, we just need to put a space on both sides in the string. Now go again. Mishra car BMW. Here you go. Now Mishra likes BMW. This was our exercise. This was quite simple. Now we will go towards difficult topics. In this tutorial, we are going to learn type conversion. So we will write a program where we need to ask Sam what is his age, and then we need to calculate his age and print it onto the terminal. For that, we need to write a program. So let's begin. Sam birth year. So we will use input function, as we need to ask Sam what is the year of birth. What is your birth year. Now we will do a little bit of math. Let's put Sam age. Now we need to print the Sam age into our terminal. Let's see. Oh, there is an error. You see what happened. So if you see in the file, we have this file name application.py. So my file name is application.py. Currently I am using single file, but in real world we will have thousands of files. So we need to be sure which file we need to see. And if you see, the line 3 has some problem. So 2023 and Sam birth year. So what it is saying is unsupported operand type for int and string. Now we got the issue. So whenever we put the input, we will get the result in string. So what we are trying to do here in Sam's age, we are trying to subtract integer to string. That's not possible for Python to do that. You got my point. Like what I am doing, Python is understanding like this is 2023 minus age is 1990. You got the point, right? Because whatever inside the quotes is string. So integer cannot be subtracted from the string. So to overcome this problem, we have more inbuilt function like int. If you want to convert to int, we need to run this function. Float function if you want to convert into the float for the decimal values, and for bool for the boolean values. So these three type of conversion that we can do. So in this case, we need to do what we need to do. We need to convert this birth year into integer. So now when we run this command, now see, when we run this command 1990, bingo, the result is 33. So we saw how the conversion is very important in our program. Python doesn't understand if we have different kind of types. If we want to see the type, we can check type and Sam birth year. Now when we run this, see, we can see the class string, class int. So this class is string. So what is our takeaway? Our takeaway is whatever result or whatever variable we are getting from the input is always be string. So always keep in mind, whenever we put input, whatever we asking from the user, whether it is number or name, it will come as a string. So we need to convert it according to our need. So I want you to do an exercise where you need to spend 3-4 minutes, and then I will tell you the solution. Here is the exercise. You need to ask Sam for his height in feet and convert it into meters and print the same into the terminal. So three things: ask Sam for his height in feet and convert it into meters and print it on the terminal. So let's wait for a few minutes and then I'll share you the solution. So the solution is, let's ask Sam about height in feet. Input function for asking. So two bracket can be used. And then we will do a little bit math here. So if we divide the height in feet by 3.3, then we will get the meter. Now we need to print some height in meter. Let's run this command and see. Say height is 511. Oh, again the error. So I wanted to show you the mistake. See string and float. If you see what I did, I put 5.11. It's a decimal value. So this is float. This value is float. And I told you earlier also, whenever we put input function, it will always give you the string. So what I need to do to overcome this issue, I need to call for a float function. Now 5.11, bingo. This is a meter value that we got, 1.54. So the key takeaway is, whenever you see the input, you will always get string. So you need to convert string if you are going to do some kind of mathematical or any other kind of conversion. In this tutorial, we are going to learn string. So as you can see in my screen, example equal to Sam is learning Python. We already saw multiple times that whatever written into the quotation will be read as a string. So if we print this example, we will get the same. Now, if we put, that's right, Sam is learning Python. You see, Python is taking first quotation and the second quotation as an end of the string, and the rest of the word are showing in error. So how we can overcome that? So for that, we can put double quotation. It starts with double quotation and ends with double quotation. That will solve our problem. So now we can put single quote in our string. And the other way around, if we want, let's say if we want to, I will remove that's right. And our previous example was Sam is learning Python. So if I wanted to write Python in double quotation, see, and now again Python is showing in error. How we can overcome that? So we need to put single quote at start and the end. Now we started the string with single quote and we can put double quotes in the middle anywhere. So if you print this, we can see that Sam is learning Python. It will come with double quotes. Another example is when we wanted to write multiple lines, right? Multiple lines in the same string. So for that we need to put triple quotes. So the String will start with triple quotes and end with triple quotes. You can write, hi team, Sam is learning Python language, let's say. Thanks. Okay. Now, if I run this, see, it's a multi-line output. This is also a string. I will remove this. And again. Okay, Sam is learning Python. This is our initial example. Now, if we put a square bracket into the print, what does it mean? It's called indexing. So it is picking S from the starting. So how it is going to work? 0, 1, 2, space 3, and then 4, 5, right? So if we put 5, then we will see the result should be S. Oh, I should remove this. I'm sorry. S. So we saw this is quite useful in Python exams. If you are preparing for university exams or online exams, definitely this question is going to come. So please put more focus on this for this concept. If we put -1, what is the value? If you put -1, the value will be the last one. See, it will be the n. So from the last, the string will be calculated -1 and O will be -2, and accordingly it will keep on going. So if I put -2, then the value should be O. So this is quite a little bit of complicated thing, but should not worry about that. We can crop the values, like Sam is learning Python. We can crop how we can divide the values. If we want only Sam, then we can divide to 3. So the value will be Sam. See, 0, if I put 0:3, then the value will be 0, 1, 2. So 3 will be excluded anyways. 0, 1, and 2. 3 will be excluded. Whatever written in the last will not be printed. So if I put 1, 2, 3, then the value will be A and M, or maybe 1 to 4, then also it will be A and M, because 4 is space. Okay, I hope you got it. Now, if I remove this and I just run as it is, 1 colon, nothing is there. So it will be think like Python will think it will be the last digit. It will be from 1 to the last. So S will be excluded because S is 0. AM is learning Python. So AM is learning Python. There you go. And if we remove this and if we keep -1 here, let's see how is going to happen. So now the other side, it will think like it 0. So the value will be assumed as 0. Sam is learning Python, and -1 will be excluded because the value whichever is written here will be excluded. And if we keep it like just colon, then full value will be written. So whenever we wanted to make a copy of this string, we will do that. Let's say example 1 equal to example colon C, and if we print example1, it will be same. Sam is learning Python. So if you want to copy, most of the time in a complex code, we need to make copies of the string. So by this way, we can make copies. Now we will go to the exercise. Let's take an example as name Jonathan. If I put name bracket 2 minus 1, pause the video and think what could be the answer. I will share the answer in few seconds. I hope you already thought what would be the answer. You already identified the answer. See, the print name is from 2 and minus 1. As I already explained, minus 1 would be the last one. In Jonathan, n in the last would be the minus 1. And in the last would be the minus 1. And what would be the 2 then? This one is 0, j is 0, o is 1, and n is 2. So if I print name 2 to minus 1, then the value will start from n and go until a. N will not be there. See, is NATHA. The last n is missing because we kept as minus 1. Minus 1 means the last one will be excluded in this square bracket. I hope you guessed right. So let's go to our next lecture. Our next topic is formatted string. So let's take an example of, we need to write name as Prabhakar. So we are defining two variable, name and surname. Sorry. Now our desired output is Shra is a coder. We need to write a code to print in this format. How we can achieve that? So let's take an example. Should not write this because name plus so we are concatenating the variables. Surname is a coder. So if I print this variable, I need to remove this line. So if I print this variable, let's see, our desired output was, so it's same, but there is problem in this code. We cannot write this type of code in live environment. It doesn't looks good because nobody can visualize what you wanted to write. So to avoid that, we need to go for formatted string. How formatted string is going to work? Let's take an example in short form and just write in bracket name, and then surname, and bracket is a coder. Print msg exm is our new variable. So I will remove these two just to check our code. Okay, see, the result is same. So formatted strings, with the help of formatted string, we can write a code in a very good way. It looks professional, and in live environment we should use this type of uh, string, so that the confusion should not be there into the code. If anybody look into your code, it should not look like it's a bad kind of arrangement that you have made. So the next topic is string methods. In string method, let's take an example. Sam is learning Python. Okay. Now we have a function called length, which is used to calculate the characters in the string. Let's say for a website, we need to restrict the name count to 10. Like we cannot put more than 10 characters into any name. The system won't allow. In that case, length function will be used. So length is a very useful function that is normally used in Python programming. So if we print this length, and we need to put example, so the length is 22. Now, what is the difference between method and function? So print and length are functions, and method are only applicable for the characters, for the strings, and functions are applicable for all integer, characters, strings, everything is included in this functions. But if we take an example dot, if you see the methods available, find, join, count, index, capitalize, cease, fold, there are many. Let's take first upper. So if we print this, what would be the result? So Sam is learning Python. The whole string is converted into the capital uppercase. In the same way, if we put lower, then the full string is converted into lowercase. Instead, in our original example, we can see S is capital, L is capital, and P is in capital font. So let's take an example of find. What is the role of find? Find is used to get the index of the string. So I'm going to take for E. So I am looking at this E in the learning. So we will see what would be the index. I forgot to quotes. Okay. Now is 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this one is the 8th. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. E is the 8th index. So with find, we can get the index. let's take an example of L. So is on 7th, but if we put small l, because the find is a case sensitive, if you put a small l, then the value is -1, so it cannot find into the string. So we need to be very cautious that this these all methods are case sensitive. I hope it is clear to all of you. Now there are some more important function, like sample dot replace. So we can replace Sam with Ram. So if you print this, see, there is a mistake because I have taken a small s, so it cannot be find. You see, it is still Sam because s is capital, so that's why it was not picked. So when I put this as capital, then Ram is learning Python. So we need to be very cautious that the capital and small case is very important in case of methods. So whenever we find uppercase, we need to put the upper, and whenever we have a lower case, then we need to put lower. So let's take an example of Boolean. In Boolean, how we can write, like if we want to check Sam is in the string or not. Let's say we have a variable example, is Sam is learning Python. We need to find where is Sam. So what we can do, we can Sam in example. So it will give the answer in true or false. It will always give in true or false. So what I am trying to, sorry, I did wrong. Sam in example. Yeah, Sam is the string. Now if I print this, let me remove everything so that only one, okay, true. Now if I just put a small case Sam, let's see, it's false. So see, this is a Boolean example. Like if we want to find anything inside the string, we can find with this method. This is very useful in live programming. Whenever we are doing some kind of creating a big code and creating website or creating any other kind of system, then this kind of find is very important. Like we need to get true and false, whether it is available or not. Then this kind of in this example will be very useful in that case. Thank you. Let's revise whatever we have learned in string methods. So let's take the same example. Sam is learning Python. So in this example, first we will see the len function. Len function will give us the length of the string. If you print this, we will get to know the number of characters is 22. So another method will be upper method. So the upper method will be used when we need to change our string into capital font. If you want to write everything in capital caps, then we need to run this method. Let's look at it by putting print function. So see, all the characters are in caps. Another one is, I will copy this to avoid writing again and again. So the other function is lower function. In this lower function, all the characters will be in lower. It's already in lower, so I will keep the Sam in uppercase. So I'll run this. So all the characters are in lower case. The next example is title. So title will be used if we want all the first character of the word in capital, like S in Sam, I in is, L in learning, and P in Python. These all will be converted into capital and rest will be in small case. So title is also very useful function, method. The another one was find. Find we use to know the index of the string, any character, anything. Like if you want to know the index of L, it's 7. Another example was replace. So in replace, we can replace any character or any word inside our string. Let's say if you want to change, replace Sam into Ram. If we run this, so Ram is learning Python, got changed. And last, we have learned where the Boolean function, where Sam in example. So the result will be in true or false. So these are all the methods that we have learned earlier. Our next topic is arithmetic operations. So in this, majorly we will talk about addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus, exponent, and augmented assignment operator. So this normally works like we already have math. So whatever we wanted to do, we can exactly write in the same way in Python also. So let's take an example. Let's say we need to add 15 to 4. If you want to print this, we'll get the 19. So if you want to subtract in the same way, we get 11. Now the same way multiplication will work. See, it will be 60. In division, we got 3.75 and that is a float. Whatever we get in decimal, that is called float, and whole number is called integer. So what if we wanted to do division and we want whole number, we want only the first part before decimal part of this answer. So what we can do, we will put one more like this and then we will get the whole number. This expression will remove the decimal part. And in modulus, modulus is majorly for getting the remainder. So let's say 15 is divided by 4. So 4 3 are 12 and 3 will be the remainder. So 3 will be the remainder. And if you want to make an exponent like 15 to power 4, so we can achieve this by multiplying multiplier sign twice, and the value will be 5625. Now the most important topic is augmented assignment operator. So in that, what basically we are going to do, let's take an example, y equal to 15. And what we can write, y equal to y plus 6. And then what would be the value of y? So it will give 26. So we can expand that whatever value we have defined to the variable, and we need to increment by 6. So that way we can increment the value of a variable. So that is very useful in our programming. In Python programming, we often use this kind of augmented assignment operator. So what if I wanted to do minus? The same way it will work. So it will be 9. And for the sake of simplicity, what we can do, we can write either y equal to y plus 6 or minus 6, or we can write y plus equal 6. So both will give you the same result. So it will be 26, and minus equal, it will give you 9. So both are having the same result. Our next topic is arithmetic precedence. Although this is not a Python specific topic, it's a more into mathematical topic. Normally how to execute the equation. If we define something in variable, then how the multiplication, subtraction and division need to be executed, and what would be the order. So let's take an example where y equal to 15 plus 4 multiply 3. So how the execution is going to happen? So first of all, 4 into 3 will be executed, then it will be added to 15. So it will be 27. If you want to see that, the answer is 27. So how this precedence is going to work in mathematical term? The first of all, the exponentiation will be executed like 15 to power 2, 3, whatever. And then multiplication or division will be executed, and then addition or subtraction will be executed. So this is the mathematical rule how this equation need to be solved. So in our case, if we simply put so what would be the answer? So what would be the answer? The first exponential value will be executed. So 2 to the power 4, 4, 4 3 are 12, 12 plus 2, the answer will be 14. See, the answer will be 14. So again I added this, and now how we can overrule this? let's say this is a mathematical term. Now you wanted to execute 15 plus 4 before. Like if we do this, then what will happen? So this is called parenthesis. If we put parenthesis on addition, then addition is going to execute first. So 15 plus 4 will be 19. 19 into 3, 57. The answer will be 57. So this way we can change the precedence also. So either ways are okay. If you want to execute any other operator before the predefined one as a mathematical rule, then you can change also. Now if I write what would be the answer? Let's remove this. Let's talk about this part, how we are going to solve this. What would be the answer in this case? So first of all, this 2 to the power 4 is need to be executed, so the value will be 4, and then 4 3 are 12 plus 2, it will be 14. So now if we put parenthesis before, then how the equation is going to be? I will remove the upper part. Okay. So 3 to 5, 5, and 2 to the power 4, 2 to the power 2 is 4, 4 into 5, 4 into 5 is equal to 20. So the answer is 20. So we can change the precedence by simply doing the parenthesis. If you put parenthesis, the parenthesis need to be executed before. So I have a little exercise for you. Take a minute or two. Just let me know in the comments what is the answer of this equation. I will let you know the answer in a couple of minutes. Okay, I hope you already solved it. So it is very easy. So 6 plus 5 is 11. 11 into 6, 66 minus 4. The answer should be 62. We just print this, we'll get the answer. So answer is 62. Our next topic is math function. So basically math function will be used. We have inbuilt function for the mathematical calculation. For example, if we take an example of y equal to 3.79, and there is a function called round function. What round function will do? It will rounding off this 3.79. So if I print this y, then what would be the value? Value will be 4. So it rounded off the 3.79. In the same way, if I go and print the absolute value, abs, and I put 3.89 in minus, so the output would be 3.89. You see the difference? I put the negative value and the value is positive. So it will convert the negative into positive. Whatever negative value we will put into it, and the absolute value will always give you the positive result. Now, if you need more complex calculation, then we should use math module. A module in Python is a separate file with some reusable code. We use these modules to organize our code into different files. So let's take an example how we are going to use math module. So what we need to do, we need to import the math module by simply putting import and math, and then math and dot. You will see how many modules are available. So I will touch upon few. Let's say I'll go with seal. What seal is going to do? I'll put 7.2.78, and what seal is going to do? Seal is always give you the rounded value, the upper rounded value, like 2.78. It will give you 3. Oh, sorry, I didn't. I need to print that. Okay. So if I print that, the value will be 3. In the same way, for the sake of simplicity, I will copy and paste, and instead of seal I am going to use floor. It's just opposite. The floor will always give you the lower side of value, so the value will be 2. See, 3 and 2, because both are printed. So Python 3 math module has many options, which you can go into the Google and just search for Python 3 math module. I will encourage you just to go and check the values, what is the function of each of the module. This is a kind of exercise that you have, and then we will work together in another topic. Our next topic is if statement. It's really important to understand if statement and where to use, why to use. So whenever we have a condition, then we normally use if and else statements. Instead of using other loops, if is quite easy to understand, because in other loop for and while they are loops, but if else is a statement, is a conditional statement. Like whenever we have some kind of condition, whether to do or not, then we will put if and else. Not only in the Python, in other programming language also we have if and else statements available. So but in Python, how it is going to be used, let's take an example. If it's sunny, it's a sunny weather. So if it's sunny is a condition, then it's a sunny weather, and apply sunscreen lotion will be executed if this condition is met. Otherwise it's clouded. This is also a statement, and it's a clouded weather, carry umbrella. These are the output when program will come and execute this condition. Otherwise, if both upper condition will not met, then it's a beautiful day. So how we are going to create a code out of it? So first of all, we need to create a variable. Is sunny equal to true? Now we will put if statement is sunny and colon, sorry, oh I think sorry for that. So you see the indentation worked properly in PyCharm, so you should not worry about that, because indentation is very important in Python. So we should be very careful while writing our code. Print it's a sunny weather, and print have a nice day ahead. So if you run this code, it's a sunny weather, have a nice day ahead. So this one is the only condition available in this. If I make this false, let's see what will happen. See, this code is not executed. So this line is not executed only because this condition is not met. So only the print have a nice day ahead got printed. So let's go back to our previous example where apply sunscreen was also mentioned in that. So what we will do, we will print, we will make another statement and apply sunscreen lotion. Okay, and then we can print. It's a sunny weather, apply sunscreen lotion, have a nice day ahead. Now, if we go back and check our code, there is another condition, it's clouded. So how we are going to put into the code? So what we should do, we can put else print it's a cloudy weather, print carry umbrella. Now if we run this, then also the same, it's a sunny weather, apply sunscreen lotion, have a nice day ahead got printed. Why? Because the condition is still true. When we made this false, let's see what is going to happen. Then it's a cloudy weather, carry umbrella, have a nice day ahead. Then the other part of the code is executed. So other part of the condition is met. Then the code behind means inside the else is going to execute. And print will always be there because this print is outside the if statement. Now, what is our previous example? Our previous example is if it is clouded, if it is not sunny, not clouded, then it's a beautiful day. So how we are going to implement in our code? Then what we need to do? We need to put elif, and we need to create one more variable is clouded equal to true and is clouded. So one more condition is being inserted in that, and at last we will put else and we will print it's a beautiful day. Now if both condition will not met, then only else will be printed. Let's say if is sunny is yes true, then this part of the code is executed. If is clouded is met, then this part of the code is implemented or executed. We will see in the output. If both are false, both are not met, then else will be executed and print is outside the if statement, so it will always be present. So I hope this is clear to you. Now there is an exercise which you need to perform by your own. Take 2 to 5 minutes, think about that, and I'll share you the solution as well. So let's see the example. So cost of the zoo ticket is $100. If a person is American, then the cost is 10%. Otherwise, the cost would be 100%. Print the payable ticket cost. So the example is you went to the zoo, the ticket price is $100, but if you are an American person, then you need to pay only 10%. And all other nationalities need to pay 100%. So you need to print the payable ticket cost. So that code you need to create. So take some time and I am going to share the answer. Just pause the video and give yourself time and then come back to the video. So let's get to the solution of the issue that I have shared. So the cost was $100 and we need to make one more condition is American equal to true. If is American ticket cost would be 10%, that would be my 0.1 into $100. Else ticket cost would be same cost. Correct. Now print. I am going to use formatted print that I already explained. Payable ticket cost equal to so let's run this code. So if American is true, if the person is American, then the payable ticket cost is 10%. If the person is some other nationality, then the price is $100. Then they need to pay $100 full amount. So I hope this is clear to all of you. So our next topic is logical operators. So this is not Python specific operators. These are already available in all programming language. And what is the logical operators? These logical operators are like and, or, and not. These are the operator where when two conditions are met, then only the condition should be executed. So in those scenarios, this logical operator is going to work. Let's take an example where if a student has good marks and high aptitude, then only he is eligible for admission. This is our condition. So there are two conditions. One is a student has good marks and the other condition is high aptitude as well. So whenever the student has both, then only he is eligible for admission. So how we can implement this into the Python? So first of all, we need to create a variable has good marks. Has good marks equal to true. And the other condition is has high aptitude equal to true. Now we will put the if statement has good marks, and this is a logical operator, and has high aptitude. So the person is eligible. So let's run this code. So it is eligible for admission. So in this case, did you saw what happened? Both conditions are true. So AND will work when we have both conditions are true. So if we make one condition false, let's see the result. There is nothing, it's not eligible. So with this, what we understood, for AND both conditions need to be met. And in the same way, if we put OR, so in OR, if we put both true, then OR will work. If we make one condition false, then also OR will work. But if we make both conditions false, means both conditions are not met, then there will be no result. So what we can understand with this, and work for both the conditions. When both the condition will met, then and is can be used, and for or at least one condition should be met. Should met. Okay. And one more operator is not. Not is used whenever we need to invert the condition. Invert the condition. So if we use not, then the condition will be inverted. Let's see with the example. So earlier we saw that if a student has good marks and high aptitude, then he is eligible for admission. Now the other condition is if the student has good marks and does not have any disability, then he is eligible for admission. So the condition is changed now. So how we are going to implement this? So for that, has good marks would okay, but the second condition would be has disability equal to true, marks also equal to true, and this will be, I will make this false. Then I will put my if statement, has good marks and not has disability, print for admission. So what I did, initially I defined as a has disability false. So this not, what this not will do, this will invert the operator. This will invert the condition. Like now it will be considered as true. So disable is true. So out of these both condition will be met, then he will be eligible for admission. Now if I make this true, then the condition will be false and there is an and. So nothing will be printed. So I hope I passed the message and this concept is clear to all of you. Our next topic is comparison variable. So when we are going to use comparison variable in Python, so whenever we need to compare the variable with value, then we need comparison variable. So let's take an example and see. So if height is greater than 6, you are tall. In this statement, height is variable and 6 is value. So the first condition is if height is greater than 6, then you are tall. Second condition is if height is less than 5, you are short. And third condition is you are neither tall nor short if both above condition is not met. Let's write the code for this problem. So at first we will define a variable and keep a value of 6. And then if statement, if height is greater than 6, then what we need to print? You are tall, correct? Sorry for missing the brackets. Okay. Now the second statement we need to put, so if will come height is less than 5. Okay. And what would be the print? You are short, right? And the third condition is you are neither tall nor short, correct? Let's run this program and see the result. So you are neither tall nor short because the value is 6, which is the first condition not met, second condition not met, and the third one is the last one. Whenever both conditions will not met, the third condition will be printed. So if you keep the value as 7, then you are tall. And if you keep the value 4, then you are short. Okay, there are few more comparison variables are available, like greater than equal, less than equal. Okay, so greater than equal means greater and equal, less than equal means less and equal. And if we want to make equal, then single equal will not work. We need to put two equal, right? Because single equal is going to use for putting the variable need to define with a single equal, but boolean will two equal sign, and last will be not equal. So let's check this in this example. So if we put less than equal to and greater than equal to and less than equal to, then what would be the result? And if I keep the value as 6, earlier we did, then the answer was you are neither tall nor short. So let's print it, you are tall, because it's greater equal. Okay, and if we keep as single equal, you saw single equal, it is showing error because single equal cannot used in boolean, so we need to put double equal, right? And last one is not equal. So whenever we put not equal, that means that value is not equal. Other than that value, everything is acceptable. Okay, I think I explained everything. Now it's turn to do the exercise. So our exercise is, if person sleeps less than 5 hours. So we need to write a program where we need to mention whether the person is active or not as per his sleep, right? So if person sleeps less than 5 hours sleep, then we need to message sleep must be at least 5 hours to be active. Otherwise, the second condition is, if person is sleeping more than 10 hours, then person can sleep max 10 hours to be active. And the third condition is person is active is if it is lying between 5 and 10. If both of the condition is not met, then definitely the person is active. So take a minute, think how you can solve this problem, and I am going to explain this. So let's write a variable sleep time equal to 5. Okay, now if statement sleep time is less than 5, sorry, I missed the colon. So the value will be, what we need to print, person should sleep at least 5 hours to be active, correct? And the second condition is if sleep time is greater than 10, then what we need to print, person can sleep max 10 hours to be active, correct? And the third and last condition is else print person is active. So our code is ready. Let's run this program. I kept the value as 5. So this will not met, this will also not met, and the person is active in this case. The person is active. Now if I put equal, right? Person should sleep at least 5 hours to be active. So our code is ready. Please match this code with your exercise, whatever you have written. And I hope I cleared this topic, comparison variable. Here another good exercise which covers whatever we have learned till now. Exercise name is height converter. Convert height from meter to feet and feet to meter. In this program, we need to allow the user to enter their height and allow the user to enter what metric of height they entered. And the metric could be either in small or capital font. So here is the example. The program output should be enter your height and the user will supply his value. Program output meter or feet. So user will supply his value. If it is meter, then the answer should be in feet. If it is feet, the answer should be in meter. It's simple. So I wanted you guys take some time and try this out. Try out and I am going to explain the solution. Okay, so first of all, we need to define a variable and we need to put the input so that user, what we need to ask to the user, enter your height. Enter your height. Okay. And another variable metric where we will input meter or feet. Meter or feet. Now we need to put the condition. If metric is equal to, you remember we need to put two equals because it's a boolean. Print. First of all, we need to convert height into 3.28. So that will be converted into feet. So why this error is showing? Is showing because whatever input user will supply, the result will be in string, and string cannot be multiplied with the float. So we need to change it to float. Float. And now I will print this with formatted string. You are h feet, right? Else, because we have only two condition, h equal to float height into 0.304. This will convert formatted string. You are meters. Now we will run this command. Okay, we will run this program and I will enter my height is 6 feet. F, so it is showing in meter. Same way, if I put 1.5 meter, the value is in feet. But there is one problem. What I mentioned there, user can put in caps. Let's take a look. So I will run it again. What is its height? 1.5, and I will put capital M. See, this part got missed and only else part got executed. So this is wrong. So what we can do in this case, we need to put lower here. Now we will run the same. I will put the value 1.5 and I will put M. It will come directly to the correct execution. So I hope you got the issue, means whatever errors you were getting, now this should be solved. So this is the solution. So our next topic is while loops. Why do we use while loops in program? So while loop is used in interactive application and while loops is used most often in games. What is normally happen in the while loop? Let's see with the example. So first of all, while and then condition. So whenever we are in the condition, like if we put something I is less than 5, whenever I will be less than 5, then something will be executed, right? And once this I is greater than the condition that we have given, the while loop will be terminated. So let's see with the example. Let's take a variable count and I'll make it as a 1. And while count is less equal 4, print count. And count equal to count plus 1. Why we are doing this step? Why we are doing count equal to count plus 1? Because if we run this piece of code, what will happen? The count is always less than 4. So this loop is going to work forever. So it will never come out of this loop. So we need to increment this count with value 1. So at some point of time, this count is going to be greater than 4. Right? You understood what I'm trying to say? If we don't increment this, then the count value will always 1 and this condition will always true and loop will work forever. And in the last, what I will do, I will put print and put completed. So whenever the while loop will be terminated, the print completed will be executed. So let's run this command. Oh, I think it's okay. Sorry, we need to convert it into convert file. Okay, now. Okay, so the result is 1, 2, 3, 4 and completed. How it came? What I did, I created a variable and mark it as a 1. Value is 1. So in first condition, while count is less equal 4. So at first value was 1. So count equal to 1. Then 1 is printed. And then count is equal to 1 plus 1, 2. Again, while loop is executed, is not coming out of the loop because print is not executed. So again and again, this while loop is executed. So again, it went up and again 2 is less than 4. Then print 2 is executed. It printed 2. Again incremented and likewise 3 and 4. After 4, the count will become 5. And then it comes here and the condition is not met. So loop terminated and print is executed. So this is how our while loop is going to work. So let's make a little bit of game type of thing, like how we can create game. So in that, if I multiply, let's say I will put hash here and I will multiply the count. Now what is going to happen? See, first instead of count we are getting hash. First hash, single hash, then second time double hash, third hash and 4 hash. The same way it is going to work because count equal to 1 less than 4, so condition is met. First hash was printed and again at second time the hash count will be 2, so 2 hashes were printed and the third likewise third and fourth, and at last the completed will be executed. So this is how while loop is working. And normally while loop is very important in our Python programming, because most of the games and interactive application is going to use while loops. So here is our new exercise where we are going to build a game. I named it as a prediction game, where user can predict 3 times. So user has 3 attempts to predict the correct number, and the correct number is 6. So let's have a look how this game is going to be. So if I predicted 1, so it's wrong because the correct number is 6. So it's again asking for another predict. So I will predict 3. This is also wrong. I will predict 4, and I already consumed my 3 attempts. So it is showing sorry, game over. Now I will again restart the program and I will put the correct value. So it is showing bingo, you won. So let's create this code. Okay. Now we need to use the while loop for this game. What I will do, we should not use I, J, K kind of variable, because we should always use meaningful and descriptive name for variable. We should make a practice for that, means because anyone other person, if someone is referring that code, he will not able to understand what exactly you are trying to do. So what I will do, I will put a meaningful name count equal to 0, and while count is less than 3, predict limit is equal to, we need to ask user for their guess. In this case, in input we will always get string, but we need an integer, so we need to convert it into the integer. This is mandatory, else our program will not work. And we need to do the increment for the count also, so that our while loop can work and it will avoid the infinite loop. And now what will happen, count is 0 and count is 0. So in first case count is 0, so it is less than 3. Then it will come here, user will input their prediction. So let's say if he predicted 4, so count equal to count plus 1, the value will be 2. And now what we need to do, we need to put one more statement. If predict limit is equal to 6, so what we need to print, bingo, you won. Right, let's run this program. So I will put 1, 2, 3. Oh, where is our statement where it is mentioned sorry, game over? So we need to fix this. Another time we will try. Let's say we put correct prediction. So it is showing bingo, you won, but it is again asking for another attempt. So that is wrong. So how we can fix that? So in this case, what we need to do, if the predict limit is 6, then bingo, you won. After that, the while loop should not be continued. So it should be break. So we can use break here. So in this case, what will happen, whenever the 6 will be pressed by the user, the while loop will be terminated. Whenever it find the break, it will terminated, and the result, the loop will be terminated, and there will be no further execution. Now we need to work on, we need to print sorry game over. How we can print that? Like if has else, all else, we can put else in the pair of if and in while also. So what we need to do, we need to put else here in line with while, right? Not in line with if, because it is going to break anyway. So we need to put else in line with while. We can use else with while also. So there are else has pairing with if and while. So what we need to print here, sorry game over. Now we will run our code and see if everything is inlined. Okay, now I will guess 3 times wrong, sorry game over. So our first problem solved, and now I will put the correct number u1 and the code is terminated. So here is another exercise for you. There is a game called Start Stop game. It can be seen as a simulator where any vehicle can start by the user input. User can type start, then it will be the program will uh, give the output. The truck is started. So let's check with this example. Let's say user gave the input start. So the program will output truck started. Stop, program will output truck stopped. And help, so program will output these 3 options: start, what is the meaning of start, stop, and quit. And if user can input any random value, then sorry, you have entered wrong input. And in last, quit. So after pressing quit, the program should be terminated. So I wanted you to give some time, think about the logic and try to build this code. And meanwhile, I am going to share the solution. Okay. So in this case, first of all, we need to create a variable. And here I am going to, I have chosen the variable enter, and I'll choose the empty string. And that string will be filled by user in later lines. So the while will always come with some condition. So what would be the condition? The condition would be if the user put quit, then the program will terminate. So the condition should be enter should not equal to quit, right? So this one is our condition, and enter would be the input and so here is a problem. User can input either in small or caps. So how we can solve this problem? So what we can do, we can put upper or lower here. So I prefer upper. So if I choose upper, then what I need to do, I need to keep all our string as capital, because this will be used, whatever user will input, it will be changed into upper. Now the if statement is going to be placed like if enter is equal to start, right? Then what we need to print? Truck started, right? Other condition is if enter equal to stop. So what we need to print? Truck stopped, right? And the third condition is help, enter equal to help. I did a mistake, you might have noticed. I need to put in caps. So the print would be, and here we need to put multiple lines because our code says start, truck started, stop, truck stop, right, and quit. In quit it would be exit, right? And I will close this, and then what would be the last part? Last part is else. If user enters other than that, we need to print sorry, you have entered wrong input. So let's run this code. Let's run this code and see whether it is working or not. So I will put start, sorry, you have entered wrong input. So what happened? We need to see, right? What wrong I did. So oh, there is a space. See, these things we need to, because the typo mistake, this normally we need to validate this, but it's okay. Let's run again and check. Yeah, track is started. That's good. We debugged very quickly. Truck is stopped. And another one is help. Oh, I found a mistake. It's not a mistake. It's like this format is a little bit we can change. The start, stop, quit should start from the extreme left, but I can see it is indented, so no problem. We can do that. If I say ask, sorry, I have entered wrong input, and in last quit. Oh, so in quit you see, sorry, you have entered wrong input. That we don't want. So there are two things that we need to fix. One is indentation of help. For that we can quickly fix that. We can remove the indentation because it's in triple quotes. And for fixing the issue, we can put another if enter equal to capital quit, where we will break the loop. Now let's rerun. So this time I will only print help, so is correct, and quit. See, the program is terminated. So far so good. We already did everything correct. Now I want another enhancement in this code. What I want, let's run again. So when I am pressing start, it's saying start, truck started. Again I am pressing start, it will say truck started. What I want, it should say truck already started. It should not keep saying truck started, truck started. It should let us know truck is already started. And the same with stop, truck stopped. If I press again stop, then it should say truck already stopped. So for that, what we can do, what changes we can do in our code? So we can define another variable started, right? And it's a boolean. So first I will put as a false because it's not started yet. And here what we can do, we will put if started, then we will print truck is already started. Truck is already started, right? Else what we need to do in else, started equal to true, and then we need to print truck started. And the same we need to do in stop. So in stop, if not started, Then we need to print truck is already stopped, right? And in else, what we can do is started is equal to false, and then we need to print truck stopped. So why I am doing this? Because started equal to false can be seen as false equal to 0. So when is 0, so initially it is not going to impact. So once this truck is start, the value will be 1, true. So again the loop will be executed. This time this value will true and it will come again, and this and here it will be started. So here itself the truck is, it will print like truck is already started. Let's see in the example. So this time I am going to rerun this. I will run start, truck is started, again start, truck is already started, great. Stop, truck stopped, again stopped, truck is already stopped. So we build the code. Our next topic is for loop. So till now we used while loop, which was used to execute block of code multiple times. But there is another type of loop called for loop, which we use when we need to iterate over the item of collection such as string, because string is a sequence of characters. So we can use for loops to iterate over each character in the string. It can be used in the string, in the number, in the list. So let's see with the example. So for how we can do that, item in, we can put Python, and if we print this, print item, then we are going to get each character in separate line. So it's Python. So in here we can use list as well. So for list there is a format, and we can use the different John, Python John, say Parker. So these are the list. Okay, these are the list of items. So these 3 items are in the list. So these are the name. It could be name, number, anything. So if I print this, so all 3 names displayed in the separate line. So this happened to the list. Now let's talk about number. If we put number, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what is going to happen? So it will list all the number whatever we have defined in a separate line. So if we have a range of number like 1 to 100, it's not possible to write manually. So we have a range function. So we can use range function. In range function, we can put the value, the number. So if I put 8, so how it is going to happen? 0 to 7. So 0 to 7, 8 will be excluded. In this range function, we can also define 2 to 8, like we need the range from 2 to 8, and 8 will be excluded always, 2 to 7. And there is one more important feature in this range where we can do a step. So in this step, if I put 2, 8 and again 2, so this means the number will be 2, 4 and 6. There the step of 2. So 2, 4, 6 and 8 will be excluded. So range is 2 to 8 and the step is 2. I hope you got the message. Now let's go into the example. So we need to write a program where we have a list of items, like we have a list of prices. we need to calculate the total of the items, right? We have a list of items and which has prices, and we need to calculate the total with the help of Python. So it's a pretty simple example, but we need to use for loop for that. So our first variable would be prices equal to, what would be the value? 40, 50, 60 and 70. These are the four items and their values, right? And we want total of these prices, right? So we need to make another variable total, and initially the total is 0, right? Now we are going to use for loop for item in prices, for item in prices. So total equal to total plus item, right? Total equal to total plus item. So item will be 1, 2, 3, 4 and total will be number of the prices, right? And then it will be a print. We can do formatted print also, where we can mention total is, and then we can write total, right? We have total. So if I run this, then the total is 220. So item is 1, 2, 3, 4 and the price is 40, 50, 60, 70. If you want total, we can use for loop and get the total. So it's a very basic program that I explained. So I hope this for loop is clear to all of you. Our next topic is nested loops. So what does the nested loop means? It's adding one loop inside another loop. So with this technique, we can do amazing things. For example, if we need to generate a position in X and Y, it's a kind of location we need to generate in 2D format. So how we can generate that? Let's take an example where X and Y, these are our location, and the location could be 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2 and 1, 0, 1, 1 and 1, 2. Sorry, 1 and 2. You see, left hand side is X and right hand side is Y. So it starts with 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2 and 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2. So X, what values of X are available? 0 and 1. So if we need to put for loop with range, what would be the value? I hope you guessed right. The value would be 2, because the values that X need to have is 0, 1, and in range we need to put 2 because 2 will be excluded. And in the same way, what value of Y we need to put in the range? 3, because 3 will be excluded. The values will be 0, 1, 2. So our output should be like this: 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2. So let's write a code for this nested loop, for this example. What we can do? For X in range, what I mentioned in that, 2 would be there, right? Yeah, 2 would be there. And again we need to put the inside loop for Y in range, and the value will be 3 and range will be 3. And what we need to print? We need to print the formatted string, because we need to have the exact format, right? Put X y, and if I print this, the values are exactly the same that I was explaining earlier. So what I did in this code, so for x in range 2, so the value of x would be 0 and 1, right? And there is another inside loop for y in range 3, the value would be 0, 1, 2. So in first case, the x will be 0 and the program will come to the next line, and second for loop will be executed. In that the value will be 0. First print would be 0 and 0. Next time the secondary loop is again going to execute. So the first value will be the 0 until the second loop is exit. So once the second loop execution is completed, then the control will go to the primary for loop. Then the value will change to 1, and again y need to start from beginning, and the value would be 0 and 2. I hope I cleared all of you. So this nested loop is clear to all of us. So there is one more exercise which will enhance our understanding on this topic. So what exactly we need to do in that, I'll show you. There is a pattern that we need to prepare. The pattern is we need to create a E with the help of X, right? So the string would be I'll show you. The digits would be list of numbers where 5, 2, 5, 2 and 5. So why I have chosen these digits? Because 5x, 2x, 5x and then 2x, again 5x. So out of these numbers we need to create a number of x, so that it will become a, it looks like it is a E with the help of x. How we can generate that by the Python? So there are two methods. In one method, that is a very straightforward, I don't want to use that. Although I will explain that, but I don't want you to spend time on doing the easiest way. I wanted you to focus more on the nested loop, how we can use the nested loop and get this result. So let me share the solution for this. I wanted you to think about this problem. It's not that easy to use the nested loop for this problem, but still I wanted you to think and come up with some code, and then we can compare with our solution. Okay, now I am going to write a code for the easy method. So for item in digits, and value would be string x multiply item, and we can print this value, right? If I run this, we will get the same result, but this is a very easy way where I multiplied x with the number of, because with the first for loop, what is going to happen, the values like 5, 2, 5, 2, 5 will be executed for with every with for loop. Every time, first time it will come up with the 5, and second time it will get the value 2, third time 5, again 2 and 5, and I multiplied that value with x. So the x got, the 5x got generated, and then 2x, 3x, but this is not what I want in this program. I wanted to use the nested for loop in this program. So let's assume that this multiplication of string with number is not supported in the Python. Then how we are going to achieve? So let's think about that. What we can do? So what is our objective? Our objective is to make the 5 to 5x's. Means we need to make the 5 number into string x, 5 number of x. So how we can do that? So we need to put another variable value, and we will parse as no value. So initially I'm not putting any value, it's an empty string. Now again we need to put a for loop inside this primary for loop, where for y in range, and which range items. So why I did that? Because this item would be 5 2 5 2 5 in each line, means each time. So if I put item, then this y need to be executed for every item. And value is equal to value plus x. X will be in a string. Yes. Now the print will be in the indentation of the secondary for loop. So the print would be the value. Now what I did in this, I put the secondary for loop where y in range item would be 5 2 5 2 5 every time, and value would be, initial value would be 0. So first time it will write x, and then with this 5 value it will write 5 times x, and the loop will go to the primary one, and then again 2, and it will write 2 times. So if I run this, then we got the same e. I hope this concept is understood. Now we covered this nested loops. So our next topic is lists. So lists are used to store multiple items in single variable. So whenever we have multiple items, then we can use a single variable and make a list. Let's take an example where I will make a variable of countries, and I'll keep India, China, Russia, and Italy as items inside the countries. So if I print this list as it is, what would be the values? So the values will be the content inside it. So in this list we can do indexing also. Let's say we want only the India part. So what we can do, we will put 0. So in this list, this India is 0, China is 1, Russia is 2, and Italy is 3. So if I do this, then the value is India. Likewise, if I put 3, then the value is Russia, Italy. 0, 1, 2, 3. Italy will be 3. So if I put -1, then the value will be the last one. The same we did in string exercise. There also we already covered the indexing. So if you put -1, then the last will be printed. So, and if we want to print the range like 1 2 3, what would be the value? 0 1. 1 would be China, 2 will be Russia, and Italy will be excluded because of whatever value written here is 3. 3 will not be printed. So China and Russia. So if I put 1 -1, then what would be the value? -1 will not be printed. So again China and Russia. And if I just simply parse colon, so what would be the output? It would be the copy. So the exact content will be printed. So if you want to make a copy of this variable, we just pass any other variable equal to countries and colon. So another variable with the same content will be created. Now, if you want to replace India in this list, how we can do that? So trees, and what is the place of India? 0. Now what value we wanted to keep? Let's say America. So we replaced India with America. Now print countries. What would be the value? Now the new list is America, China, Russia, and Italy. See, the list got changed we replaced India with America. So the replacement, and this list has uh, is widely used in Python programming because it has a lot of power to manipulate the string, to manipulate the data. So if we want to manipulate anything inside the list, we will use the list indexing, and we can replace, add, subtract, whatever we want, we can do by this list indexing. So let's go into the exercise. I wanted you to take some time, pause the video and try it out by yourself, and then I'm going to give the solution also. Let's check where you got wrong. If you are successful, then congratulations. So the program is, we need to write a program to find the smallest number in the list. So write the program to find the smallest number in the list. So what we can do in that case? So we will create a list. We will create a list like 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, and at last 1, right? I created a list, it's a random list. Now we need to create another variable with small, because we need to find the smallest number. So for instance, for now what we can do, we will put small as a list 0. So the first index we will keep as a smallest one, and then we will put a for loop for item in lists. So for item in the lists, if item is smaller than small, right, then small equal to lists, small equal to items, item, print small. So what I did in that, this is our list, and by visual we can see the 1 is the smallest number, but we want program to identify the smallest number inside the list. So what I did, I kept a small variable with the first index. Okay, now for item in lists, if item is less than small, like this is the smallest number, this one I kept it as a small. If item is less than small, so the first item will be 9, is less than small, is not, is equal, then small equal to item. So in this case 8 will be placed in the item small. Small variable will keep on changing, and at 1 the value will be 1. So let's run this program and see the result. Line 2, what I did, oh sorry, I need to remove this. Okay, now yes, the list is 1. So what we can do, we can remove this 1 and we can keep 10 here. Now everything we can keep on adding, like 19, right? Now the smallest value got changed. Let's see the result, 3. So this program will help to identify the smallest number in the list. I hope this concept is clear. Our next topic is 2D list. Is two-dimensional list. This is very powerful and widely used in data science and machine learning. So it's very important to understand the logic. In maths also we have a similar kind of concept called matrix, rectangular array of numbers. So let's take an example how this matrix looks like. So in that matrix, what we can define? We can define 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is called rectangular matrix. where there is a row and a column. So in 3 by 3 matrix, we can model this in Python with two-dimensional list. And in short, it's 2D list. What is 2D list? 2D list is a list where each item in that list is another list. So let's have a look. So our variable is number matrix equal to another list where 10, 11, 12 and 13, 14, 15 and 16, 17, 18. So this is our number matrix. So in this matrix, what we can see, we can check the, if we do the print, simple print and number matrix, then what would happen? It will print the all the numbers, whatever we defined, all the list into the simple format. Where if we put only 0, then 0 will be this entry 10, 11, 12. So we can see that 10, 11, 12. Moreover, we can also go into the 0 inside the 0 list. Like we came to the 0, and if we want to go to the 11, then what we need to do? 10 will be 0, 1, 2. So if we put 0 and 1 and run this, then the value is 11. So this is very useful when we have this kind of matrix available, and most of the time in data science and in this complex equation, we need to change the data, we need to sense the data, redefine the data. So in that we need this 2D list very often. So what we can do in that case, we can also replace. So how we are going to replace that? So let's remove this print and check how we can change the value. Let's say 0, 1 was, what was the 0, 1? 0 is this list and 1 is 11. So if you want to change the value of 11, we will put the value as 25, and then again if I print this, if I print the value of number matrix, let's see what value we are going to get. Oh sorry, again we need to check for the 0, 1. So see, 10, 25, 12. So number got replaced with the new number. And here we can also check the nested loop. We can also use nested loop to iterate over items. So I deleted the, let's delete this, and I will put for loop for row in number matrix for row in number matrix for item in row, and what we need to do, we need to print the item. So what exactly I am going to do, I will show you. So what I did for row in number matrix, so row will be the variable in number matrix, means these 10, this individual list, right? And for item in that row, so what are all item in the row? So 10, 11, 12. So all number got printed if I printed inside the second loop. I hope you got the idea and you got the concept. So our topic is list methods and list functions. So these are the operations that we can perform in the list. So we can perform bunch of the actions to add particulars into the list or remove into the list, append, insert, remove, clear, pop, and there are many. So let's take an example. So let's take an example and see how this is going to work. So number list equal to, I'm going to make 1 3 4 5 7 8. Okay, and this is our list. So how we can see the methods available? Number underscore list dot. If you see dot, if you put dot, then you can see these are all the methods available, like sort, pop, count, index, copy, and many. So let's talk about most important methods in this tutorial. So first of all, I am going to discuss about append. So what append is going to do? So if I append 9 and then I will print this, print number list, right? So what would be the result? So 9 will be appended in the last. So we need to be sure that whenever we use append, the number will be added in the last, in the list. The last item will be the appended item. And if we want to append in a specific location, then we need to use insert. So let's see how insert is going to work. So if I insert, so in insert, if you see insert, the value will be, first we need to put the location index and comma where I need to, what value I need to put. So I'm doing 10, right? I think spelling mistake, insert. Okay, so if I remove this, we can check also. If I remove this, we can check what exactly parameter and index unified. So 0 is our index, and what we need to put, see index, the help came, the index and what object we need to insert. So I'm going to insert 10 at 0, like starting. So let's run this. So 10 will be added in the starting. So we can choose our index accordingly. If you want to keep 10 into the middle, like in third place, in third index, let's see. So 10 will be added at the 0 1 2 third place. So this was the index. Another important method is remove. So if you want to remove something, let's say if I want to remove 5, right? So I will just put the number and run. So 5 will be removed. And if you want to clear the list means empty the list, remove everything, right? So I will run this, the list will be empty. And another important one is pop. If I use pop, then the last item from the list will be popped out. See, so 8 will be popped out. Now we can check the index also. Let's say we need to check the index of the existing number available, like I want to check the index of 5, right? 5 is already in the list. So what I need to do, I need to print the index 5, right? So if I print this, is third place, so index is third, 0 1 2 3, right? So this was the index. So it will also confirm that the number is in the list or not. For example, if I want to check the index of 50, number 50, it is not available, right? So if I run this, then the value error will come and 50 is not in the list, right? Now what we can do, we can count, right? We can count how many times the number is present. Let's say if I put 3 and I need to use count instead of index, so we'll do will count 4, right? I need to put the same in print, so it will be 1. If I put another 4 here, then the value will be 2, right? So the count, it will count how many times the value is present, right? And in sort, what we can do, if we have a sort, then what we can do, in sort we are not going to put anything. I will remove this print. So if I print the sort, then it will give the value none, right? Let's check. Print number list dot sort, right? So it will give you none. This means it got sorted out, but we need to print the actual number list, then it will show you in the sorted form. So I will remove this and I'm going to run number list and see the list is sorted. So if we want to reverse this sort, what we can do, I'm copying this, and what I will do, reverse. So it will reverse the sorting, 8 7, so in the descending order, right? Now here is an exercise. What we need to do in this list, what we need to do, we need to remove the duplicates. Like whatever number is coming twice, we need to remove that, the similar digits. Like we have 4 2 times, I will add 5 also twice. So we need to remove the duplicacy. So this is a very important and most often asked question, how we can remove the duplicate from the list. So I wanted you to try it once and come up with the solution. If you are not able to do, then I am going to share the solution as well. So what we can do in this case, we have a number list. What we can do, we need to create another variable called new digits, and what we need to do, we need to make an empty list, right? We need to make an empty list, and then for loop for index in number list. For index in number list, so for index in number list, index will be 1 3 4 5 7 8 4 5, right? We already learned that earlier. So if index not in new digits, then new digits dot append, and what would be the value, index, and we need to print this new digits. So what I did in this case, so this is our number list, 1 3 4 5 7 8 4 5, and 4 and 5 are the two similar digits that we need to remove. So what I did, I created an empty list with name of new digits, and I put a for loop for index in number list. So index will have the value 1 3 4 5 7 8 4 5, right? And now I put a if statement, if index not in new digits, if index not in new digits is initially empty. So if index is not in new digits, then what will happen, new digit will be appended with the value. So once 4 came into the new digits, now the value is present in the new digits. So again the 4 will come, then it will not be appended. You got the point, right? Let's run this. program. And see, the duplicacy is gone. All the similar numbers were removed. So in this topic, we are going to discuss about tuples. So tuple are used to store multiple items in a single variable, like lists. But what is the difference? In lists, we can modify the items, but in tuple, we cannot modify anything. It will be intact. So modification is prohibited in that. So the official definition of the tuple is an immutable object, which means it cannot be changed. And we use it to represent a fixed collection of items. So why we are using it? Sometimes in a program, in Python program, we don't want to touch the items whatever mentioned in the list. So in that case, we will use tuple instead of list. So let's take an example. So numbers equal to, in list, how we were writing the list, 1 2 3 4 5, right? But in tuple, instead of square bracket, we are going to use parenthesis. So this is tuple. Now let's number, we are going to print this numbers and 0. So let's see what result we are going to get, 1. So everything will work like we were doing in list, but the only thing, if you want to modify the 0, let's see, we want to modify is 10, and then we will print numbers. So it is showing tuple object does not support item assignment. So it's very important. So whenever we have some condition where list cannot be modified or modification should not be happen, then tuple should be used. And if we check the methods, you see count and index are the only one which we read earlier. Rest, append and clear, those things are not available. In this topic, we are going to learn tuple and list unpacking. So I'm going to explain the power of tuple unpacking. It's a very useful feature where, let's see with the example. So the location in 3D can be defined in tuple like 4, 5 and 6 is 3-dimensional location. So normally what will happen in normal scenario, let's say some addition is going to happen, and how we can do that, location 0 plus location 1 plus location 2. So this kind of code looks very bad, right? We need to keep on iterating again and again, location, location, location. So to avoid that, in other languages, what we can do, we can define a variable, a separate variable where we can put the value of location 0 and b will be location 1, right? C will be location 2. Now x equal to a plus b plus c, right? X equal to a plus b plus c, and print x, we will get the result, right? We got 15. So this is normal in other programming language as well as in Python. But in Python, we can do unpacking also. What do we mean by unpacking? So in unpacking, what we are going to do, I will delete this. So we can simply put like A, B, C equal to location. That's it. And now if I add x equal to a plus b plus c, we will get the same result. So it reduces the code, and it's very useful when we need to write a lengthy code. In this topic, we are going to learn about dictionary. So dictionaries are used when information need to store in key value pair. So think of a company where they have an employee database and they need to store information like, for example, name, Ronnie, age, 35, address, email, and the information will be stored in this format. Let's say address could be anything. So the name will be key and the value will be Ronnie. Age will be the key and 35 will be the value. Address will be the key and whatever it is written is value. So how we can write into a program? So employee equal to bracket. So what we need to do? Name, because name is in string, Ronnie, right? Age 35, and let's say email will be ronnie@gmail.com. Sorry, we can define boolean also, like is employee, we can say true, right? So these are the key value pair, and this is called employee, this is called a dictionary. So and one more thing we can note here, let's say if we want to get a particular entry into the dictionary, let's say we wanted to get the name. So how we can do that? Print employee, and we just need to pass the name. It will give us the value Ronnie, right? So if I put another name and mention anything, it won't allow, because name cannot be twice. Duplicate keys are not allowed. So this is the most important thing, that we cannot keep two entries as a key, two same entries as a key. So that should be noted. And in that, what else we can do? We can replace the name. Like if we want to add something into the dictionary, we can do that. Like I will remove the print and I will add the location as Dallas. That's it. And if I print employee and location, so what would be the value? Dallas, right? And the employee means after that, after defining the dictionary, we defined this, and now if we print the employee location, it will give us the Dallas. So the information is added into it. And we can change also, if you want to change the name, that also we can change. For example, if you want to change a name now, we change it to Ronnie to Honey, let's say. So what would be the name now? name would be honey, right? So name also can be replaced. Now if we put a wrong entry, then let's say if we add a wrong entry, for example, not a wrong entry, like if we search for capital N, right? This name is in small, right? And now it is capital, so it will give you the error, key error name. So name is not present. So in this format, what was our problem? That a program throws an error. To avoid that error, what we can do, another way to print this, we can do dot get and then normal bracket, and now we will run. It will give you none, so the program will not throw the error, and we can get the error like is not available. None means is not available. And so these are the things that we can do with the dictionaries. So here is an example, here is an exercise for all of us. So I wanted you to spend some time. And what would be the exercise? So if I enter 1 2 3, the program should convert it into 1 2 3. So the exercise is where any number will be converted into word, right? So how we can do that? I'm going to share the solution, but before that I wanted you guys to just try out, and parallelly I am going to share the solution as well. So our exercise is we need to convert, right? So first of all, we need to create a dictionary. Conversion equal to bracket. So what we need to do, we need to define 1 as a 1, right? And 2 as a 2, 3 as a 3. So ideally we should define 9, but I don't want to waste our time. I just want to explain the concept. And the next thing is we want user input. So input, enter number, question mark and space. Now what we can do, what we need to do, we need to create a variable and with empty result. So we need to create a variable with empty result. Now we need to put a for loop for value in enter. So for value in enter, result is equal to result plus conversion value and print result. So what I did, I created a dictionary with 1 2 3, right? And I created an input where user can input their number, and I created a blank variable as with the name of result, and I placed a for loop for value in enter. So whatever entry user is going to make for value in enter, so that value need to be in loop. So the result will be result plus conversion value, right? Conversion value, what value we have, and then we printed the result. So let's see the answer. 1 2 3. So see, the number is 1 2 3, but there is problem 2 3 is quite near. So what we can do here, we can add space, right? Now let's see. 1, 2, 3. Now these are in perfect spacing. So here is an exercise for you based on dictionaries where we can convert the keywords into the emojis or the faces. How we can do that and what exactly do we want? So let's see. If I put happy birthday and I put this keyword, so I want a smiley face converted. So for that, how we can achieve that? So I wanted you to take out some time and try it out, and parallelly I am going to show you the solution. So in order to get the conversion, what we can do, and we please make sure that we need to use the dictionaries. And first of all, we need to have the user input, right? So input, what we can enter, please enter question mark space. So user can enter happy birthday or anything with the keyword. So what we need to do, we need to convert it into the list. So how we can do that, I'll show you. Enter dot split, and so if I print the simple words, let's see how it is going to split. Happy birthday. See, it got converted into a list with different item. So this is what we want, right? Because user will enter a single string and we need to split into item wise. So this is very important step. And after that, we need to define a dictionary. We need to define a dictionary where we will put the symbol as well as in Windows, window and full stop. If you press, then you will get emoji, right? Window full stop, you will get emoji. And the same way I will make for a sad face, window full stop, and the sad face can enter, right? So our emoji is, our dictionary is ready. So after that, what we can do, after that we need to create a variable with empty string, right? And now we need to iterate each of the values that is present in the word. So for value in words, right? For value in words, and result equal to result plus faces dot get values. Why I did that, I'll let you know. I think the value I defined as a value. Okay, and print result. So till dictionary everything is clear to everyone. Now after that, I created a variable with blank string, and after that a for loop to iterate the items in the word. So value will be happy birthday and the keyword. And here result equal to result plus faces dot get value dot value. So with the help of faces dot get value comma value, so what this function will do, what this operation will do, this will, because faces only has these symbols, faces does not have happy and birthday. So in case when if we did not define this dot get, then what will happen, whenever faces does not have happy, then it will throw an error that the happy is not present. So to avoid that, what we did, dot get value comma value. So whatever value is not present into the faces, it will be added as a value. So happy is not present here, but still happy will be present in the output. so that if we just put happy and uh, bracket and the value, then there will be an error that this value is not present in this dictionary. So fighter, happy birthday, and keyword. Oh, the space is not present, so it's very simple. What we can do, we can put a space here. Now happy birthday, keyword. Now here it is. In this topic we are going to discuss about functions. So when our program grows, we need a better way to organize our code. So we need to break our code in a more manageable and smaller chunks. So function is a built-in code that perform a specific task. So for function, we can write a repetitive kind of codes inside that so that we should not use it again and again. So we already saw that few of our functions like print and input, these are the building functions and they are working their job quite a good manner in Python. But we can also define functions in Python. So if we need to inform user with some information multiple times, we can define function. So I'm going to define a function. I need to remind the user, whosoever using the system, that user please send hourly report. So how I am going to do that? So the format is for defining the function def, and we should use a proper name in small, hourly report bracket, and whenever we put the colon, this means there is some code under that and that need to be executed. So I will write it here. Hi user, again print in second line, please send hourly report. Okay, now if we need to run this function, let's call this function, how we will do hourly report. Okay, see, while calling this function, hi user please send hourly report. So in our program we can use this function wherever we want. So this, what benefit we are going to get, we should not use repetitive messages again and again into the code, and it will make our code more readable and manageable. In this topic, we are going to discuss about parameters. This is the extended version of functions. So in functions, we can use parameters also. Let's have a look on our previous program where we created a code for function. We defined a function hourly report and we were printing hi user please send hourly report. But what if we want to use the specific name of the user? What we can do in that case? So in that case, the name would be supplied into the parameter field. This is inside the bracket, there will be a place where we can put the parameters. And if we don't do that the other way around, what we can do, we need to print it again, and we need to print hi honey, let's say hi honey. So we need to simply put the name and print every time. So this doesn't looks good and is not feasible in very long code. So in this case, we defined a parameter. Now how we need to put the name here. So I'm going to use the formatted string hi and name. So I use the name, right? Now if we want to call this function hourly report. So one thing I wanted to highlight here, if we don't supply the name here, then there will be an error. See, there will be an error. The argument name is missing. So this in the definition part, this is called function, and in the execution part, whenever we call this function, this field is called argument. So we need to put the name into the argument. Let's say I gave honey, right? I gave name as a honey. Let's run this. So the name is the function. What function did? Hi honey, please send hourly report. So we can manipulate the name. Wherever we want to call this function, we just put the name of the user and we just run this code. So one more feature is available in this, where we can use multiple, let's say first name and surname, right? Here what we can do, name, first name and surname. So we are passing two value. Surname, let's say Smith. See, hi John Smith, Honey Smith, please send hourly report. So in this way we can use parameters and arguments. In this topic we're gonna learn about keyword arguments. So this is an extension of function and parameters. So in last example, what we have discussed, we define first name and surname in our hourly report, and then we call the hourly report as with the certain arguments. Now with the help of keyword argument, what we can do, we can put the first name here and surname here, and then also result will be the same. So whenever we are doing this, this is called keyword argument. So why we are using this will increase the readability of the code. And in some cases when we have a numeric variable, then it may means that it will be problem to relate your code. Let's say uh, honey has 20 rupees or dollars, or Smith has $30, right? So if these variable we need to pass, at one place it will be written 20 and at other place it will be written 30. So you are not able to understand which are of honey and which are of Smith, right? So in those cases the keyword is really important. And keyword, mostly we will use this positional that we were using earlier, but keyword is only used when we have numeric kind of variable available. Numeric in terms of, like, let's say money, there's some variable, means hypothetical variable, where the values are 25, 23, 45 and 63. How we will understand which value is what? So in that, keyword would be very much helpful, like honey equal to, so in that case we can use this keyword variable. In this topic we are going to learn return function. So till now we have learned functions and parameters. Here I will show you how to create the function that return value. You remember last time we already saw that how the definition of a function is happened, and we can parse name and surname, and we got the result, right? We got the result, hi Annie Smith, please send hourly report. So the output would be whatever we have defined into the function. But why the return value? When we are going to return value, when we use particularly the calculation, when we need some result of any calculation, so it is useful to put the return function. So if you want to return the result to the user of a function of any kind of calculation, then we normally use the return function. So how we define the calculation? So I am simply taking an addition of any number. So this will be our number, will be our parameter. And what normally I am going to do, I am just going to add number plus number for the simplicity. And where return is going to be used, so return will be here, return function will be here. And now if I print this, or if I define this function into a variable like we are doing in input function. If you remember input function, what we are doing, we are waiting for the user input, and we normally define this like a, means it will store into a variable, and we then print the variable. Here also the sequence would be the same, like we can do as we are doing in print, and I am just going to take number as a 5, right? And if I print this, the value is 10, that is correct. Okay, so what if I remove this return? So what is going to happen? So what we can do, we can just use print that we used earlier, and we will put number plus number, right? So let's see what would be the result. So for the sake of simplicity, I am just going to use function here, right? Let's print this. Let's print this. So the value is 10, and why none is coming? None is coming because the return, means in Python, what is going to happen if we have some kind of calculation, and the program is giving you the calculation result, then it will also give you the none also. So it will be seen as first this code is being executed, and then return equal to none also displayed, means it is executed by default. So to avoid that, what we normally do, we just put the return function and then print. See, there is no return, there is no none value into the output. So I hope this concept is clear. Here we are gonna learn about a reusable function, how to create a reusable function. We already created this program where we converted the keyword into emoji. And now we had a big program where we need to write this again and again. So we don't want to write the same piece of code in a in repetitive manner. So we wanted to make a function. That function need to be used everywhere. So how we can do that? So with this piece of code, we need to define a function. So in the function, this enter and print need to be excluded, because we should not input anything into the function. Input can be from the user, input can be from the GUI. We never know from where input is going to be. And print also we should not do that, because we never know how we are going to print into the code later. So what we need to do, we need to remove this, we need to remove these two part and just define a function converter, right? I kept a name like converter, and now copy this code, copy this part of code and control X, control V. So I copied all the data, right? So why he is complaining, and we need to put the function parameter as enter. So whatever we will enter, it will be splitted and then faces and the result, and this code we already written. If you didn't attended that tutorial, then please go back and see this, watch this video where we created this keyword to emoji converter. So in this case, we already created our definition. We already created a function, right? Converter, spelling mistake. Okay. So converter definition is already done. In last, what we need to do, we need to put return equal to result, else the none will be there, right? Result, return result. And if we want to test this, what we need to do, first of all we need to enter. So for that, what we can do, enter equal to input, please enter. Okay, and then we need to print the function converter and enter. So whatever we have entered, whatever we are going to enter, that will be printed. So let's run this command. I am happy keyword. So see, the emoji and the conversion is happened. So I hope this reusable function is clear to all of you. So this concept is already passed, and we tried to create a we tried to define a converter, and now this piece of code we can use anywhere into the big code. In real world, if you want to use, we just need to use converter, enter, and then this whole lines of code will be executed. In this topic, we are going to learn exceptions. Let's take an example where we are going to define a number and we need to input from user. So we will define like user will input some number, and we convert it into integer as well. So if user, let's say, supplied 30, see the exit code is 0. So our process is closed successfully, means process does not broke down. Now user, we can't control on user, right? So now in this case it is mentioned number, but somehow user supplied 30D, right? So now what happened, our program crashes with exit code 1. So exit, apart from exit code 0, whatever exit code we are getting, the program will crash, and the error we can see is value error. So to avoid that situation, what we can do, we can use try and accept. Try and accept need to be used. What we will do in that, in try we will put that number with print, and in accept we will mention instead of value error what exactly we need to print. Like instead of value error we can print invalid value, and the program should close with exit code 0. It should not crash. Okay, so let's see how we are going to use this try and accept. So in this case we will use try number equal to the same we did earlier, int and input number question mark. Okay, so user will supply his value. So we're gonna print this number, right? And accept, let's say user defines something value error, and please keep in mind values v is capital. When you put v capital, it will always show you the error, value error, right? And what we need to print, if we have value error into the function, then we can invalid value. So let's rerun this program. If we define 30, no, everything is fine, process exit code is 0 and no error is there. Now we define 30D again. See, invalid value and process finished with exit code 0. So program did not crashed. This was our intention, and user also got to know that this value is not a valid value. So this is very important. But in some cases, if you see, not only value error, there are many kind of errors available. Let's see, here we can put like if user entered 0, if suppose max number equal to 1000 and result equal to max number divided by number, right? Now if print result, right, print result, now I will put the number as a 0. See the error. So the error is 0 division error, division by 0. So the number cannot be divided by 0. So we got different error this time instead of value error. So it could be, there are many errors available. We need to be very cautious and careful while creating the program or code. We need to write exactly what kind of error we are going to get. So what we will do, we will create another except, right? We will create another except and 0 division error, and what we want to print, please supply other than 0. Now we can run this and we put number as a 0. So please supply other than 0, and our program did not crash. In this topic, we are going to learn about comments. So comments are used to give the information to the other coder. For example, if I am going to write print you are awesome, you are good, let's say, and here I can put comment, need to change the font, let's say, something like that. So if I print that, what will happen? Only you are good will be printed, because whatever written after the hash will not be printed, and it would be considered as comments. And comments are really important in the code. It will give you the brief idea what exactly the coder wanted to do, because it's not always like you see the code, it was written long back, you didn't have any idea if any other person is going to work in your old code. He need to understand what variables and what exactly you tried to do. And the code should not be quite obvious, like if you wanted to define addition and you just written that calculation with addition and something, the vague statement should not be there, else your code looks like a very complicated, like all over comments are written. So we need to avoid that obvious comments. The comment should be how and why, not what, because what is already can be seen. Whosoever knows Python, he knows that what print function is going to do. So we need to be very careful while writing the comments, although it is very important to write comments on why and how. In this topic, I am going to explain classes in Python. Classes are very important and it's not limited to Python. These classes are widely used in other programming languages as well. Classes are used to define new types. And types of numbers are like strings, numbers, boolean, and some special type will be list and dictionaries. Dictionaries, right? So classes are used to define new types to model. Like if you need to define a new type, then we will use classes. Let's say we wanted to track the number of dogs that may have different attribute like breed and age. If a list is used, first element could be used as a dog breed and the second element could represent its age. But let's suppose there are 100 different dogs. Then how would we know that which element is supposed to be which? So what is you wanted to add other properties to these dogs? So this lacks organization and its exact need of classes. So I will define a new type of classes called point, and this new type have certain methods. So let's take an example. So let's take an example of number which we are going to create a list, right? So number, to check number method similar to this we will create for point. Let's say for number, if we need to check the method, how we are going to check? We can check that sort, pop, copy and these kind of methods are available. So point will also have method like move and draw. So we need to create these classes. So to create classes, we just need to type class and write point. I hope you already taken into consideration that I wrote P as in caps. Why I kept P in cap? Because in classes we follow Pascal notion. So Pascal naming convention. So if we have two name like point to point, point, and then two will be the other word. So every word will be in caps. And once again, this will be following the Pascal naming convention. So back to our example. So class point, and then we need to define our methods like move. So once you make a bracket, self will automatically be filled. So this is an inbuilt feature of PyCharm. And in that what I just want to print move, right? So this is one definition, and the other method definition is draw. So it will be exactly same, and I am going to print draw, right? So we created class point in this example. So what next we can do, and what are the objects? An object is an instance of a class. So a class simply defines the blueprint or the template for creating objects, and objects are the actual instances of the blueprint. So to create the object, we type point, right? So now we are going to create object. So what we will do, let's say we took a variable point3, and what we defined point, right? So we created a object. So now if we want to check the method, how we can do that? Point3 dot T should be in capital. I did a mistake. Okay, so point3 will be, if I put the dot, then move and draw. You can see move and draw is available. So apart from the method, these object can also store attribute that belongs to particular object. Like what we can do, we can point 3 dot x equal to, we can put 25.3 dot y. So these are the location, we can say location variable. We can define these attribute, and then we can print point 1 dot x. Sorry, point 3 dot x. Okay, and point 3 dot draw, right? So if we run this, so these two lines is going to execute. So for 0.3x, what value we have defined? 25, and in the last, what would be the value? 0.3 draw is draw. For this method we defined as a draw. So these are the attributes that we defined. Let's take another example where we take another attribute, 0.2 equal to point, right? We are going to use that. So now if I print point 2 dot x, so what would be the value? So simply attribute error. So point object has no attribute x. So what does it mean? This object is completely different from the first object. So in every object we need to define different variable. So this object is different, so we need to define different variable altogether. So if we want to get the value, then we need to define point 2 equal to point, and point 2 dot x equal to 25, and then if I print this, point 2 dot x, then it will give the value. So it will give 25. In this topic, we are going to learn constructor. So till now we have learned how to create new types using classes. But there is a small problem in this program. So we can create a point object without x and y location or coordinates. So let's have a look what I am trying to say. So point 1 equal to point. So what we did, we create this object here, right? We create this object here, and now if I want to print this point 1 dot x, so we wanted to get the x location or x coordinate. So let's print it out. So what is the error? It's an attribute error that we saw earlier also in classes topic. So in this situation, constructor comes into the picture. So what is constructor? Constructor is a function that gets called at the time of creating an object. So when we created the point one object, we wanted to pass the value for x and y location or coordinates. So how we can achieve that in that case? So in that case, we need to define a init function in it that will be followed by say underscore twice and then init again underscore. When you will enter parenthesis, self will be auto filled. So and what is self? Self is a reference to the current object. So when we create a new point one object, self references that object in memory. So what we need to do? We need to define here x and y, right? And in the body, what we need to mention? Self dot x is equal to x and self dot y is equal to y. So what we can do in that case? Now if we come to the bottom, what we should do? We should just need to print 20 and 30. Now if I print this, we got the 20, and we need not to define point one dot x here like we did earlier, because we already created this. We already did this with the help of init. So what now if we want to change the value of point one dot x, then this can also be achieved by just putting the value like 25, and then we will print the value is 25. So everything is possible in this case, of constructor. And the self, what self is, that is really important. Self is a reference to the current object. When we create a new point one object, self references the object in the memory. Now it's time for an exercise. So there is an exercise where you need to define a type called person, and this person object should have name, attribute and speak method. So let's have a look. So we need to define a type person, and under that the person name would be the attribute, and speak would be the method would be the speak, right? So it is a very small attribute. It is a very small exercise. I wanted you guys to try it out, and I am also going to share the solution. So for this type, what we need to do? First of all, we need to create a class as a person, and always be careful while creating class. P should be caps. As we already discussed, we are following the Pascal naming convention. And here what we are going to define? We are going to define a constructor that we learned now, init, and what is our attribute? Name, right? What we can do? Self dot name equal to name. Now what we need to define? We need to define a method speak. We need to define a method speak, and what we are going to do? We just print speak here. For the sake of simplicity, I am not doing anything super difficult here. And what we can do now we are going to create an object Jenny equal to person, and name could be Honey, right? Honey. And what we can do, print Jenny dot name, right? So what would be the value? So the name got printed, so the attribute got picked, right? And what else? There is one more thing that we can add. So I wanted you to make this program more to the next level. Like I wanted you to just write a name instead of just putting a name. Write a name like I am Honey. So how we are going to do that? For that, what I need to do? So for that, I need to write this comment in the function itself. So I am going to use a formatted version where I am going to write I am. What I should write here in second code, self dot name, right? So whenever this speak function will be called, it will say I am self name. What is self name? Self name is Honey. So I will remove this print Jenny name because we are not going to use that. How we are going to call this? Dot speak. And then, so if I run this, I am Honey. So it's quite easy. What I did, I called this first of all, I created a constructor where I put a name as a attribute, and then in this function here we defined method, and in that method only we print I am and self name. Self name was here we already define as an attribute, and then when we call this method, it will print I am Honey. So in this topic we are going to cover inheritance. So inheritance is a mechanism for reusing the code. So once again, it's not a Python specific, and inheritance is used by and supported by most of the other programming languages. So let's see and learn from the example. So we already defined the class, and here we are taking example of a cow where we are going to define a method called walk, right? So we created a method walk, and under that it could be 10 or 20 line of code, but I am trying to keep that simple. I just want to print walk, right? And another class I am going to define sheep. So under that the same walk I will define, and the same line of code I am going to define. So what I am trying to say with this code, we used walk method in multiple places, at least 2 places in our code, and this should be avoided. To keep the same code at multiple places, that this is not a good way to write a code. So let's suppose if some error occurred at walk method, then this need to be checked at multiple places. And in inheritance we define a new class. We can define a new class like I will call it animal, and move the walk method there. Then we will have sheep and cow class inherit that method from their parent. So let's take an example how I am going to define. So let's define another animal, right? Under that I am going to keep these two, right? And I am going to delete this under cow and sheep. So what I need to do in the inheritance, just call animal, right here, animal. But you can see the little red error. Why this error is coming? Because a Python interpreter is expecting method under this class. So how we can avoid that? So for that, what we can do, we can just put pass. With this pass, we can make Python interpreter happy as it is expecting another method under this class. So we can just put pass, and this makes all the errors disappear, right? And now what we can do, so we will make another variable cow equal to cow, right? And cow1 dot walk, right? Let's print this. See, walk. So inheritance, what we learned from the inheritance, in inheritance we will create a inheritance class. Under that, wherever we need to use the repetitive kind of method, then we just need to call that class that we have created, and then the functionality should work. In this topic, we are going to cover modules. So modules in Python is basically a file with some Python code, and we use modules to organize our codes into multiple files. So let's take an example. When we go to the library, there are separate sections. For example, sections for science, sections for arts, section for religious books, for crime books, and you name it. So they don't put everything at same place. They categorize and they divide things in a more organized and structured way. The same way in programming, we should not write all of our function and classes in same .py file. So we want to break up our code into multiple files. We refer each files as modules. With this, our code would be more organized and structured. We can also have the ability to reuse our code. I have defined two functions for converting weight from pound to kg and kg to pounds. So we will have two functions and put them in a separate module called weight. So we can import that module that need these converter functions. Let's check how we can do that. So if you look at my screen, so I have created these functions, right? Now this weight is an object, so we can use dot operator. But for that, I don't want to use that code in my new 4.py file. What you need to do, you need to create, right click, and you need to create a new Python file. I already created weight.py. So what I am going to do, I am just going to cut and going to paste it into the weight.py. Now, if I need to run this weight module, how we are going to use that? So simple, we need to import weight, right? So weight is imported. Now this weight is an object, so we can use dot operator. So we can use the dot operator to access its member. So what we can do in that case? Weight dot, we can see the functions are there. So what we can do, lbs to kg is present, right? And what we can put, we can put the value 100, and if we print this, then we will get the value, 45, right? So this, by this way also we can use our import function. We created a separate file for the weight mechanism, weight converter kind of program, and whenever we need that, we can import that program into our new module. And there is one more way to use that, and the way is from weight import the individual module, right? The individual uh, function that we created. Like what we can write, if we put shift and uh, control and tab, then we will get the values what we have defined there under weight. So here I am going to use kg to lbs, and now by doing that we just need to put the kg to lbs, right? We just need to do that. I am going to delete everything, and so here we are not using the dot operator, we just need to keep the object there, and if we run this, then we'll get the same value. But we need to, what we need to do, we need to do the print, right? There are two ways, either we can use print or we need to create a variable. So if we print this, then the conversion happened. So now here is an exercise. I'm going to share you an exercise. Yeah, in this exercise, what I'm going to do, there is a list. In that list, we need to find out the smallest number. The same kind of exercise we already did earlier, but here the purpose is different. In this exercise, what I want you to do, I want you to create a module. Okay, so I want you to organize this into function and create module. So we need to create small find a small function and converter module, and reuse the code and do this exercise. Whatever we have learned, we need to implement that. So I want you to give yourself some time and try to perform this exercise. If you are not able to do, or if you are having some doubts, so I am going to share the solution. So let's go towards the solution. So what I am trying to say, so we need to create another file. So Python file, what file name I have mentioned? Converter, right? Converter.py. So converter.py we already created, and now what we need to do, we need to copy this and we need to paste it here. What we can do, so we need to create a function here. So define find small digits, right? And we need to remove that digits, because anyways that information we need to put at the time of, and the print also. So I already mentioned that the input and the output both need to be excluded. And in that function, what we need to do, we need to copy this, cut this, and for the proper indentation we need to paste it here. And under for, what we need to do, return small. So our module is created. So we created a module in converter.py. So now what I am going to use that module into our new 3.py file. So how I can do that? So I am going to delete everything. So there are two ways. One way is import converter, right, and print, or maybe converter dot find small, right? And what we need to do, we need to mention the digits equal to, let's say we need to share the list, so that list we can call 1. Okay, here we can put the digits, and we can just print this in order to get the result, right? So if we run this, so we got 1. In the same way, there was another method from converter import and control find small. So only one object was there, and then what we can do, we can just print find small digits, right? The digits we already mentioned here, right? So if we run this, we will get the same result. So I hope this solution gave you an insight that how I can define a module and use that module in our current Python file. In this topic, we are going to cover packages. Packages are another way to organize our code. Packages is a container used to keep multiple modules. If you see the left hand side, these are all the modules. And in package, we are going to organize these modules under the package. So in the file system, we already know that there is a folder or a directory where we can add all the modules. Like in our computer, we make a folder and we keep documents in one folder, videos in another folder, and we keep music files in a separate folder. So those folder can be seen as packages here. And under that, the files will be modules, right? So here what we can do, we are going to create a package. How we can do that? There are two ways to do that. One is to create a directory, let's say name shop. I'm going to take a directory package name as a shop, and the shop is created. Now in that I will create a Python file init. So that is a double slash double underscore and init.py file. So this file is required for any package. So whenever we create a package, there will be this file will be mandatory. So Python interpreter will see this file, then only it will consider shop as a package. So there is another way. So let's delete this, and okay, let's delete this. There is another way to create a package, Python package as a shop. If you see in this package, this is auto, this file is init file is auto created. So I am going to create a module as a Python file called calculator.py. Okay, I created a module inside this package. So what I am going to define, I am going to define a function calculator. Oh, sorry. To keep it simple, I am just going to print calculator, right? And so this now we created our module in a package. So what we need to do, we need to use this module in new3.py. This is a separate file that we were using earlier. So how we can do that? So for that we need to import what? First of all, package dot module calculator, okay, and shop dot calculator dot calc function that we already created. Now let's print this. See, we defined as a calculator and the calculator is printed. So this is one way. There is another way to use from. So what we can do here, from shop is our package dot module calculator import calc and then calculate function we can run directly from here. We'll delete this and run. See the calculator. So there are multiple ways. So in package, what we did, we created a folder. We can assume it is a folder. In package, we will define modules, and in modules we will define functions, right? So those functions can be called in any of the other modules outside that package, and we can call that package modules whatever. So it will organize our code. Like, we should not write everything in one file. We can create separate files, separate package, and use that package, those packages when we need it. In this topic, I'm going to talk about the built-in modules. So there are many built-in modules in Python are already created and available. So we can use as per our requirement. So if you take an example, sending emails, auto emails, working with date and time, generating random values and passwords, etc., etc. There are many modules already available. So how we can find how many modules are already available in Python 3? So let's have a look in Google. Just type Python 3 module index, and if you open this, see there is a bunch of available modules. So if you see date class, date and time, so simple date and time module we can use, and email, the email module we can use, right? And there are many options available. If you see the random values, so it will generate a random values every time whenever we call this module. So how we are going to, yeah, now what we can do, I am going to create a program based on random values generation. What I am going to do, I will generate random numbers, like three random numbers, and let's see how I am going to do that. So import random. So what was the name was there? Random. So I just kept random. So see, this already been taken. How it happened? So Python interpreter, this PyCharm already have all the modules available. So where we can find these modules? So if we go to the external library in the left hand side, and in that we need to open the python.3.11, and under that we need to go to the library, and if you check, these are all modules available. So we can use any of the module just by importing them. So I am going to show you the random. So these are random. Yeah. So yeah, if I double click, so this is a module, this is a program, is already built-in program. So we just need to call, we just need to import and use it, right? So I'm going to use it. How we can do that? So if you want to just generate a random number, so what we can do, random dot random, random, and we can print this, right? Random, sorry. So if you print this, see the random number is got printed. So every time the number will be different. Now our requirement is to just print random integer. I don't want the decimal one or floating one, and it should be in between 5 and 10. So we can use this, right? So what I did, random dot random int between 5 and 10. So let's run this. So 9. So 6. There is one more thing we can do. We can put for I in range 3, and the same print we can do, and we'll get 3 result, right, in range 3. So if you remember, for loop what is going to do, so I will go to all 3. It will be executed 3 times between 5 to 10, right, between 5 to 10. So every time there will be a different 979. The next time if I run this, 779. Next time I will run this, 7 5 10. So random number, 3 random number will be generated, right? So let's take an example of a lottery. So most means whenever we have a lottery kind of thing where we need to pick a name, right, this is very common. So what we can do in that case, we just need to import random, and there will be members, like members could be Jack, John, Mary, Sam. Okay, so these are the members. Out of these members, we need to find a lucky one who will get the prize. Okay, so how we can do that? For that, what we need to, random dot choice. So this function is already built in, and members, we need to put the name as it is. And to see the result, what we need to do, result, we will create a variable result equal to random choice, and then we will print the result, right? Let's see. So Jack was the winner. If I run this first time, second time Mary will be the winner, third time Mary, fourth time John. So in this way, it will always give you the different option. So in this topic, we are going to cover files and directories. So there is one module called pathlib that we are going to use, which provides an object-oriented file system. So if we check the browser and the Python module index, here we can see the pathlib, object-oriented file system paths. So if you open this, there will be a lot of information around it, how to use it with all the examples, subdirectories, everything is mentioned into this page. And if you want to use it, then from we can use. And if you see the path P is capital, so it is a class. So how we are going to do that? So let's have a look. So from pathlib import P capital path, right? Now there will be two options. One is absolute path and the other one is relative path. So what is absolute path? Absolute path is a path which starts with the root directory. What I am trying to say, if we are using Microsoft Windows, then the path will be C colon files Microsoft, something like that. And if you are a Linux or a Mac user, then it will be user local and bin. something like that. And the relative path will be the path which starts with the current directory. So if we are working in the new .3py, so whatever is the current directory, it will start with the relative path will be the current directory path. So let's have a look. So if, let's say, path equal to capital path, and so we'll call this function, and path, I'm gonna use it the directory that we already created called shop. If you check the left hand side, I already created a directory called shop, right? So I use that directory, and if I want to check that the path exists, so it will give the boolean kind of output. So I need to print this, print. So if I run this, so it's true because it's available. Let's say if I am using a hypothetical directory which is not available, let's say shop1, so it will be false. So there is no such directory available in the system. So by this way we can use it. And the other way, what we can do, we can create a new directory as well. Like if we use new, right? If we use new and remove that print one, and if we keep, there is no problem, it will send none. So mkdir. So if I run this, then what will happen? It will give you output as a none, and you see the new is already created. The new directory is created here. If in the left side we can see, right? The same way we can remove that. We can remove the directory. So path rm dir. So if you want to remove the new directory, it will be removed. So the output will be none and the directory is removed. So these things we can do with this pathlib module. So if you want to automate something, so where you need to iterate over all the spreadsheet in the directory, open them and process them one by one. So how we can do that? Let's have a look. So from pathlib import path, it will be the same, and path equal to path I am choosing as a current directory, because if I am not giving any directory, it will always take the current directory. And what we can do, print, because I am going to see, right, I need to check which files he is going to check. So the method is glob, glob, and if I put inside the string asterisk, then it will search for all the files. It will search for all the file. If I run this, so it will it gave the output generator, or generated output path globe, this the file reference. This is out of our scope. So what we can do, we need to, so we can use many ways like .py, like py extension .xls. So by this way we can check and we can print all the files. So now there is one more thing. We need to do a reiteration, means we need to iterate all the files. So how we can do that? For file in path dot globe and asterisk dot py. So we need to check how many .py extension files are available, and we need to print those files, right? So by this way we can get the output, right? So we can see all the files available in my directory with .py, right? If I remove .py, if I do only asterisk, Then there are more files. There are hidden files are also displayed, right? So this way we can use files and directories, and in automation it is widely used.